here. Pop on the headphones. How's everybody doing today? Got the mic back here. How are you guys doing today? We're going to work on some houseplants and some bonsai stuff. Houseplants and bonsai today. Yeah, it sucks having my mic back there. Okay. I want you guys to get a little bit of volume, but not too much. A little less than I get. There we go. That should work. Boom, there's our subject, or one of our subjects for today. So let's take a look at what we're going to be working on. First off, we've already done the Kusamono base. You can see it over there on the left side behind my microphone, actually. Might be able to get it out of the way enough. The microphone, that is. So you guys can see that a little better. Maybe I'll put some roses on it. I'll put some roses on the mic on my first break, too. I've got lots of them outside. Alright, so what are we working on today? We are working on bonsai work and houseplant homes. Awesome, more. Please follow. There we go. A modest little ask there. There we go, guys. Alright, we're tuned in. Just have a block in place. There we go. Ah, what a relaxing afternoon we have ahead of us. This is going to be good. I put the photogrammetry on hold for the moment. Open up some new directional options for me to get around my room. Because with every project, some different areas get locked off in a way. Hi everybody. Yo, it's me, Grove Sleeper. We like to work on different types of variety horticultural projects, mostly bonsai, a little bit of houseplant, some outdoor stuff, little to everything. I'm gonna throw on my apron today because this could turn into a sappy mess. I pulled the wire off of this white pine, except for I think 2, because I have a better idea of how I'd like to shape it. And yeah, we're gonna maybe start getting these into a good shape, and then I can take some photogrammetry photos of this and maybe make a really nice oh wow, we have a split on this branch here. Yeah, I think we're gonna be opening up the tree a little bit today. Yes, we'll be opening the tree up a bit today, especially to preserve the good branches. I don't want anything getting more damaged than it has to. We're also going to cut off a little bit of damage and clutter in the meantime. Do I look like a tree person? Hello? I'm back here, I promise, see? What's up? What's up, everybody? So we'll get over to this. I can already see a few problems that we need to address immediately over here, but we'll save that for a little. See if anybody tunes in for the bigger projects. In the meantime, I want to put a couple of house plants into some pots, chat with you guys, and see how everyone's doing. What's up, y'all? Let's see if I can find my gloves, because things are going to get messy fast here. Oh, man. Maybe you're running short. Dang, dude. Gloves are starting to be hard to come by. I removed the box, but I don't think it had any gloves in it. Well, I'll figure this out on the fly here. No biggie. Just get my supplies ready for these house plants. Oh, I need some of this, some of that. A little of this, a little of that. Oh, I won't need that. Probably will need those. Alright. That should do. Alright, so let's get this white pine out of the way. We're going to work on this beautiful thing a little bit later. Start shaping it. And then after we get a really nice shapely tree, we might even be able to get a cool scan of it. So here's a little bit of supply that we got for... Oh wow, you guys get just like full front on look here. So here's a couple of spider plants that I've been propagating. There's a couple of them right there. They've already got a huge root system, a couple pots. I'm just gonna throw these into some pots so that we can give them away to friends or something. I have too many, so I need a scoop here. It's a pretty good scoop. So I'll go ahead and I'll fill the bottom of these pots with just some like medium grit lava rock for some dead water at the bottom. I'm also going to give it a layer of this sphagnum moss to help kind of act as a filter. And then into the filter I can mix in some horticultural charcoal that I've got sitting back. It's not a lot, but it's what I've got left from my terrarium project, and then I'm gonna have to order some more after this. It's not gonna take a whole lot in here, just kind of like a good sized pinch, like a large pinch. If you're able to break that up enough, cover up the whole bottom. Then once I get a little bit of water on it, it'll expand and kind of create this little filter here. So all of the house plant substrate isn't falling so far away that we've got right here. Okay, so I got that and that. Those look pretty good. I'm just going to equally distribute my little bit of charcoal that I have left between the two. Maybe even have a little left over, we'll see. Yeah, I got enough for like one more plant. I'm not going to overdo it just because. So, enough for one more plant there. Just got a little toothpick. Spread that all around. Cool, so this will be a really nice filtration area right about halfway up. So that now gives us room to start working into the plants area. So we're already only a bit higher until we start getting into the spot where I'm gonna put a little more of this larger grit stuff here on top. Fills up a little more space and I've got more of it. Alright, so as you can see, like this bowl, or this little soup container, goes about that far down, so it's almost the volume of this cup left in this one here. That's perfect. That's a good amount for this to grow in. That one went a little high. Got a bit of a ambitious scoop on that one. Want plenty of room for it to keep growing, and then it'll start growing into the lava rock. But I've got lots of this nice little nursery substrate. It's kind of like broken down bark and some perlite and other stuff that these little houseplants like to grow in. I usually like to use this for my trees, but I'll make an exception today. So just a nice big bit there. I'm gonna pull it all to the outsides of the cup so that I have a little hole in the middle to drop the plant into. And I'm gonna put some sphagnum moss also right in that area. So just give me a sec here. Pull all that substrate. This is gonna perfectly fill everything up after we get the other ingredients in. So it looks just like this. See how it's kind of falling down now, but we're gonna clear out this center. So I clear the center a bit. This stuff will retain some moisture, but I want a nice, light, fluffy bit of sphagnum here, which is actually a little bit moist. Perfect. The sphagnum is dried out a little since the last time I used it, but it's not dry. So now I can drop a little bit of this into the center, kinda. Make a little nest. Just like this. Alright. And then I'm just about ready to drop these bad boys in here. Let's see which one to which. This one looks like it's one single pretty robust plant, and this looks like it's going off two sides pretty more robustly, so we'll do this orientation for these. Right now is when I would really like those gloves. Let me check. This is actually some really good mix right here for these two. This is a mix of fine lava rock and some sphagnum moss. It's great for going for a final layer around these plants. I want to make sure I'm not blocking your guys' view. Stuff like that. Alright, I swear my gloves gotta be in here somewhere. Some sorted tools. Lots and lots of tools. Lots and lots of tools. No blue gloves. I will shnikes. Some stuff I'm gonna need later, but not right now. Okay, I'm gonna go get some. I gotta go grab a couple of gloves. Oh, be right back. Literally on the cusp of being out of gloves, so maybe I'll try one at a time, and we'll finish up this project with one glove. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can knock this out before the next commercial break. How about that? I have a little bit of bark mulch that I'm going to put on top rather than the nursery finds here, because this is going to, well, I guess I can use this stuff. Can almost get combined. It's pretty similar. All right, so I've got that. Let's go ahead and drop this in. Make sure that it's got plenty of room to grow off of either direction. Kind of fan the roots out. And then I can tuck all of that sphagnum moss in and around it. And that's gonna be my initial anchoring for the plant. Boom, just like that. Looking good. And I want to get them buried up till about here. It's where all the leaves are coming out. Make sure all of the roots are underground. And then there'll be a little layer of lava rock that'll go up against, I guess, the very top of the planters here. Fast draining, good stuff. Okay, so now these little cups of water out of my way. Okay, let's drop just use these bark fines. It's essentially like fine topsoil right here. Might make my plants a little bit dirty, but it'll wash off. And this is where all of the nutrients are going to come from. Just like that. Hope I have a good amount of this stuff. Might start running low partway through. I'm going to try and pull all the leaves up so that none of them are underground. Looks like I might lose one underground here. That's not a big deal. All right, now we're talking. So this is going to retain moisture right around the root system, and then after that it just drains straight down into the little filter area. I'm not afraid of all my dirt washing away because I've built myself a sphagnum moss layer. There we go. And then now to finish this off, I will just put a I'm going to try and conserve my more fine lava and use some of the larger grain lava to fill off the top here, just around the edge. And this is also going to pack the plant into place without causing any type of area that's going to pool up and hold on to stagnant water for too long. This is really the best way for me to finalize the positioning of the plant, is just like this. There we go. So right in between I got a couple of rocks because it is kind of splitting off in two directions. This is going to be a dope plant. See, yeah, there's one leaf that's underground. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to make it out. It's sticking out of the rocks right now, but the actual leaf is coming out much too low. So there's one down. Done. Now, let's hit this one real quick. As long as the leaves are above this layer of dirt, they're probably going to be fine. Because water's not going to pool up in that layer of lava rock. It's going to run right through it, so who knows? Maybe it'll grow nice and thick and strong and be a nice lower leaf. We'll see. Otherwise, it's got plenty of fallback. There we go. That was fast. You guys can do this at home. Follow along. Just hit rewind or watch the VOD. You can follow along. Super easy. One more little bit of this lava to finish it off. And this does not need to be a substantial layer. It's just enough to like cover the dirt and fill up to the rim, the ridge, the edge of the pot, the rim of the pot. And whoever receives this has to remember that there is no drainage at the bottom, so they have to be sparing in how they water it. For everybody, I usually just stick a toothpick in like this, because this toothpick will show if there's moisture about an inch or two down into the soil past the layer of rock. So somewhat like halfway between the actual plant and the pot, stick that into the dirt. So just the fork is sticking out to let everybody know how far it has to go. If I stick the fork end in, it's more likely to break. So I put them in this way. See, if I put it in down this direction with the fork facing down, it's more likely to snap. So it's actually better off to go the other direction. And this one should fit nice and snug right in here. And that is how you make 2 gifts. Essentially for free, because these are just old pots that I had sitting around. I wanted to kind of get rid of them. Pretty much any pot that I want to own now has drainage in it. I do have drill bits that I can cut holes, but it's not worth using up the bits on these things. I'd rather have them be given away as gifts or something. This has been the water the plants have been in for a while, so I'm just going to dump that down the drain and fill up a little bit of fresh water. Actually, I have some fresh water right here. Make sure that we saturate, and I I'm not super scared of oversaturating right now because there is that dry layer of sphagnum underneath. And that's gonna give me, for this first week or so, a nice little buffer zone. Or if I add enough like that, that should fill up enough that it's moist all the way down to that marking point on the chopstick. There's sphagnum moss that's absorbing this right now. There is that compost bark that's soaking up right now all around the growth area, which is essentially here and here. And then we've got a little bit of lava, a little bit of sphagnum and charcoal and lava down at the bottom. So that layering is gonna make sure that this stays healthy and fairly easy to keep for whoever we give it to. So I'm gonna give it one more up to the top and sink. And then I'm probably gonna leave it at that for right now because I do not want there to be water pooling up after its very first watering. So anything that's draining through right now and absorbing up into the soil and ends up oversaturating the soil, it'll run through that next layer of lava and kind of fill in around that lava with the dripping dirt. But then it's all gonna get stopped at that sphagnum moss layer. And that should help keep everything nice and healthy. So that's how you do 2 spider plant clone plants or pottings in, what was it, 30 minutes? Zip zam, we got that one done fast. All right, what else we got to do here? All my supplies, get them all mise en place. That there, that there, it's here. I want to do some wiring. What do you guys feel like working on? Do you want to pull a couple of like random trees out and do some pruning on some random trees maybe? I've got some pretty cool river birch that I can bring in. And in the meantime, you guys can check out the Lego piece that we put together. See if a few more people decide to roll in before we jam into the white pine. Allie, you're not supposed to be laying on the yoga mats, girl. You know better than that. Sorry, girl. You got the whole house on me. Nice try. Sweet. So now I've got 2 more propagation tanks available, and I'm gonna just put these over by my other mother spider plant, drop 2 more in, and in about a week I'll have 2 more. All right, I got a project that has to be done, and I'm gonna do it with you guys, and I think that you're gonna like it. It's gonna be a formal repotting of my rhododendron. It's not an azalea, it's a rhododendron plant or bush. But I'm gonna bring it in here, and we're gonna swap some things around inside of its pot. It just finished its bloom for the year, so I'll be able to deadhead it with you guys, meaning pulling off all of the dead flowers from this year. And we're also going to replant it in some proper acidic soil. Bonsai and houseplants. More soon. Bye-bye. Yep. Alright, so we'll do that little BRB there, and then guys, we will be right back after I get some things swapped around. I'll let you guys have a look at our Lego build that I put together the other day. I think it was pretty cool. I'll also, let's see, the ad starts in 3 minutes anyway, so that's a perfect amount of time for me to swap things around. I'm gonna get to it right now, guys. Enjoy the music, and I will be right back. And I'm dead serious when I say that these spider plants, if you can get a hold of one really good mother, they will just not stop putting out reproductions. There's another one that I have. Don't know what to do with it yet, but we'll let it grow a little longer and then we'll put it into a pot at some point. One of them I threw into this cool little piece right here. This has one of my spider clones. Ah, have a look. Ready for the big reveal? Whoosh. My Lego base. My living Lego base. I think it looks best from this direction personally, but very cool with the cascading and the spider plants, a little bit of moss. I really like this moss up front too, so you know, really any of these could be good angles. It's like that. So you see the grassy stuff in the back. Kind of sticking up like so. Yeah, there you go. All right, guys, I'll try and grab you a couple of roses and then I'll be back. Okay, just in time, I'm back. We got some cool stuff. I keep on piling on more projects, guys. And now I'm more tired after my break than I was before. Ugh. Oh well, we're gonna keep trucking. The house is getting warm. The afternoon sun is coming in the other side of the house and warming everything up. Okay guys, I have to do a timely repot for a particular plant that I really like. Careful with the Lego. Okay, this can go. So here's how we gonna do this thing. I'm not gonna need to wire this at all. So my wiring gear is gonna go up here. Hopefully it doesn't obstruct anything. Good. Place a tray. All right. And now we're ready to work on our specimen, guys. Here it is. Oh! A big ass rhododendron. Look at that thing. Yup. It's time to repot. Why is it time to repot? Because it's covered in deadheads. Whoop. Something fell down there. Hope nothing broke. All right. So guys, I don't want to waste too much time here. I want to get right into it. This thing is looking a little rough this year. Its blooms weren't as brilliant as they should be because we're lacking the acidity that we need in the soil. I have Kanuma soil now that I can mix in with everything that it's growing in currently. And that's gonna give it that jolt of acid it needs so that I have a nice big jolt of growth and pretty flowers next year. All right, I need myself a coffee stand, you guys. Maybe that'll be one of the next projects. I make myself a coffee stand. I'm gonna take this decorative bark, try and save it, because this is just a really good top layer. Unless I switch over to lava, we'll see. There's lots of types of moss growing in here. And it's totally good that there's some moss and stuff growing in here. I like how it looks. Adds a nice foresty, kind of pixie aesthetic to everything. So I'll leave that on there. I'll pull any weeds as I come along and find those though. I mean, this stuff is probably considered a weed, but I like how it looks. They look like little lily pads almost. So I'm gonna try and remove all this decorative bark again without ripping out everything. Okay. And then here comes the fun part. The song sounds like Home Alone. It reminds me of like the Home Alone theme song. Is that just me? Dun, 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 dun. All right, I don't know what condition this pot is gonna come out in after this because it does have cracks. Hopefully it doesn't break on us. It didn't last time, so let's see how it goes. I'm gonna pull out my sickle, my root cutting sickle. Just so happens to be right where it should be. Sneeze. Excuse me, guys. Oh, I did it away from the microphone. We're just gonna go through and, yep, this wasn't sitting in this for too long. I had to do an emergency repot on it just for its health up to this point, but now I finally have the Kanuma soil, so a little bit of aggression behind the repottings this year, but I'm not cutting off any root mass. This is just to release the plant it almost just makes the root mass wobble underneath it, just like that, so that it comes out nice and easily. Okay. If anybody has questions about rhododendron or azalea care or bonsai or anything else like that, hop into the chat. I will get your message. It'll go bing on my ear. I will try to respond to you. I like to try to respond to everybody when I can. I like to block bots when I can. All right, and one more underneath here. All right, this thing should be just about ready to be released. It's gonna be a big messy mess, but that's okay. In the end, we've got to remove some of this soil no matter what. So let's get some of our stuff out of the way here. And then we're gonna go into the bus tub with it. If we can manage. All right, I get a table. It's all you, baby. Whew. Okay, I know there's a lot of lava or something under this. That's giving it a lot of weight. I probably put a really solid drainage layer in there already. So really my objective is to kind of pull out some of the substrate. This isn't gonna be like a full repotting here. Let's see what I got. It's a scoop, right? Maybe this will work well. We can kind of work in a circle and just kind of remove some of this substrate that it's in right now. It looks like it's mostly just mulch and a little bit of lava rock. This could end up drowning the plant over time. Ah, here we go. Yeah, see, since my last repotting, this thing hasn't had too much time to go too far, but I do now have an opportunity to introduce all this nice new soil to it. Let's see, what's the best way to do this here? Probably to do this. It's probably gonna sound horrible for you guys, but I think what I can do is drop the plant here really quick. The entire root mass, see, popped right out. Nice and easy. Now this is the stuff I want to remove in here. Some of this more large decorative bark. I'm going to try and sift some of that stuff away. Kind of just set it back on top, spread it later. But yep, it seems as though underneath this it turns into mostly lava rock. Let's start substituting some of this out. There's even some akadama mixed into this. I might have to reuse or rinse some of this soil so I don't waste akadama and make a good product. But I would say that, and then we're down to our final drainage layer here, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, so let me mix all this up because I do see akadama. I see some structural sticks, things like that. So this is all good stuff in here, but it's a bit rich. So now that that's all been mixed up, this takes more than enough organic matter. What I removed is probably a pretty smart idea, especially anything that looks kind of like it's turning to mud here. I want to try and get that out. This kind of looks muddy. Leave it for the light and loose stuff. And we're gonna make this an even more loose substrate here by doing this. First, a nice healthy amount of Kaduma, the acid bearing substrate. Got a whole bucket of it right here. Whoop, hang on, keep both hands. There we go. I'd probably get grilled for leaving even this much substrate, organic substrate in here. So I think I'm even gonna remove a bit more, and we'll substitute it with fine lava and medium lava. It's just got a lot of dirt and I don't want it to rot. I can feel it starting to stick up in mats kind of around the outside. I need to break that up and introduce more stone into those areas. Okay, I'm starting to hit that drainage layer where I see I set some pieces of bark on purpose. It's kind of set as a encouragement for lateral roots, radial roots. Okay, I think this should be all right. So spread everything to the outside here. And I'm even gonna chop down and in. Hopefully without disrupting too much of that drainage layer that's probably holding in some drainage meshes. Okay, let's get a good scoop. How about this one? Okay, nice big scoops of Kanuma. This needs to make up a good portion of the soil according to a lot of the recipes that I see. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of layer it in. There's a whole huge cup of it right there. That's gonna get all over my computer, and it is getting all over my microphone. That is some dusty mess. If you guys wanna help the channel, subscribe, gift subs, donations, follows, likes, all that stuff is super appreciated. It helps me work day after day after day, one step at a Kaizen step towards having my own workshop. There's even talk of us maybe moving to a new town that could be even more of a bonsai hub for us. So lots of interesting things on the horizon. Can't share all of them right now, but just know I'm cooking some stuff up. All right, so yeah, this Kanuma is nice and mixed in, and this is almost like a sand or a soil, so it'll drain nicely. Let's get some more of this large grit lava mixed in to really break up those edges. I'm getting this really integrated into all the edges around the outside so that we don't get this dirt buildup again. If I mix in a bunch of lava, it's all of a sudden gonna want to drain much better. You can still feel areas around the outside that are stuck and gonna turn to a gooey mess that doesn't drain. I'm gonna concentrate on one corner in particular to make sure that there's a nice solid way all the way down. Feels pretty good, but good golly, there's an awful lot of this organic material, man. I'm gonna grab that out. All right, so we got some little bit more gritty rocks down there. All right, we should be all right. I am gonna put more or all of this in. And that Kanuma is still nice and prevalent in this mix. Grab a few of the big sticks out. Those have mostly been disturbed from my attempt to create a little bit of a radial root flock, but that's okay. I just want this thing to be healthy. It's had a couple of rough years where it hasn't been super brilliant. I love it anyway, but it hasn't been the best. So let me grab one more scoop of fine lava rock. Whoop, that cup too big. Smaller cup required. All right. And now we're gonna start doing a little bit of this other stuff that we like to do. We put some of this in. I really don't think that any sphagnum is gonna be helpful here because there's already so much organic soil. I do not want this holding too much water. Big reason I'm trying to cut it like this. There. That's been massively cut. And it's gonna get one more big scoop of Kanuma before it's all over. I might need to remove a little bit, and then I can start taking some of that mix and just dropping it on the top. We are losing some volume as I pull out these big chunks of wood and break up some of these little dirt clods. Alright. So, like I said, especially around these edges, we need lava. We need lava going all the way down on the edges to the very bottom drainage layer. Starting to accomplish that better like that. A few more nice big pieces of bark for the top. That's better as decorative. Okay. Just hope this is enough Kanuma below. It really seems like there's a lot of it in there. It's like if I take a whole handful, a great amount of it's in there. Looking like the little white speckles. Well, the like ground corn speckles. I think that may be how it got its name, was ground corn or ground earth, something like that. There we go. All right, that I feel pretty good about. Now I'm gonna take a big scoop right out of the middle. And this is gonna give me something to put up on top. Will also give me enough room to work. Okay. Let's empty this all the way to the edges. I can already feel how much grittier the mix is rather than clumpy. And that is a major upgrade for this plant. Major, major upgrade. Especially how easily it came out. It didn't seem like it was taking too much root in whatever I had it in for the last little bit. So this should be really good for it. All right, let's see if we can do this. Okay, so there's our pot back. We've had to remove this much organic material out of that. That's a huge amount. I'll set this somewhere it doesn't make a mess, I hope. Oh, probably made a mess. Ugh. Dang, guys, it's getting hot in here. Outdoor shop with ventilation. That's what we're striving for. All right, one more mix on this corner right here that seemed a little bit stuck. All right. This should be a good mix for this now. For good measure, and because I have the stuff out. One more sprinkle of this special Kanuma soil right there. Try and leave out as much dust as I can. And I'm just mixing that all around underneath where I want it. Pushing any larger rocks or pieces of wood to the edge, because when they get packed in, they'll help hold everything in place. And now let's get it back in. I wonder how much root agitation this is gonna want. Not much. I see all the white feeder roots coming straight out the bottom, and they're gonna be absolutely stoked on this. So let's give it one more bit of the good stuff here. And drop it back in. Let's see, where's the front of our pot and where's the broken part? If that's the broken part, front would be going this way. All right. We're going to do it just like that. Okay, start packing in everything around the edge. Nice. The moss actually on this part goes all the way to this edge, which is kind of cool. There's a couple little weeds in here I can pull out. Nice. This actually dropped into position perfectly. We're gonna go a little bit more of that lava and dirt and Kanuma mix all just over the top. I don't care if it gets mixed in over the decorative lilies here, little lily pads. It'll all wash down after its first washing, essentially. So now I'm getting this more to the point where it can start forming a bit of like a Cosmono root ball, or a moss ball if it wanted to. Which is actually a really likely conclusion here. If this starts to spread all the way around, underneath this bark, we could start seeing that. So yeah, just one more layer of this nice stuff here. All the way up in the top of the tree too. It'll wash in and wash around, and it's gonna definitely want to grow roots into this and start sucking up all the acid, and that acid all gets sent up towards the flowers during the flowering season. So next flowering season, this thing's gonna look much more magnificent. Okay, now I'm to the point where anything else is just gonna kind of fall down on its own when I water it. So let's pack a little bit of fine lava around the outside like I often like to, just to secure the plant. You can definitely press down and then still have some room for that decorative bark that we can put on the very top layer. I think it looks more professional to have your orchids, or it's not your orchids, I'm sorry, your rhododendrons covered in bark, because they do like to grow in bark. There's plenty of bark in this substrate, but I didn't want to remove anything that had any root mass in it. Not at this time of year. Hell no. Repot only after we do this deadheading. Well, as we do this deadheading, that we'll get to in just one second. Alright, so our whole outer edge has a good layer of this lava now. Almost as a moat around the outside. Okay, so that's all good. I say, what the heck, one more little tiny sprinkle of Kanuma, and then we'll put the decorative stuff on. Because this needs no other cover. It just goes straight into the trunks and the lily pad. I don't know what these things are called, these moss. They look like little lily pads. I need to learn the name of them because they're everywhere, and I use them a lot in terrariums and stuff. They look really cool when they're controlled, but they absolutely grow like a weed, so watch out for that. You'll have to do a lot of trimming and maintenance on it. So now almost just like a little birthday cake with sprinkles. I'm trying to just get it evenly spread around the outside. The old birthday cake method. Used to be a baker, so it makes sense to me. Nice even spread. There we go. And this is all going to wash down into the soil and off and around, but when we put our layer of stone on here, or sorry, not stone, wood on top of it, it'll stay still. This part didn't get a fair shot at it. Yes. This, I think, is textbook rhododendron repot. So mark it, throw it into your library if you're ever into rhododendrons, Pacific Northwest varieties. I would say this is pretty much a textbook repot. So let's start throwing some of this dirty wood back up on here. It's all going to help hold our edges. And it'll clean off as water hits it. Putting the bigger parts on the bottom because they'll wash away a little bit harder. And that keeps all of our substrate in order. So a few more large pieces around this outside note. And it gives something for the higher pieces to fall down onto because they're going to be a little bit more fine. Okay. This almost seems like an appropriate spot for that stuff. Now what I think I want to do is just kind of go from top to bottom. Spread it around. A lot will probably fall off, but a lot will stick. And then we can try and put those fallen off pieces right back up onto her. This is gonna act as a nice block when I'm watering it, so that everything doesn't just corrode away. Or sorry, not corrode, erode. Everything doesn't erode away. It kind of acts as a water break. And you know what? The fine lava does a very good job of that too. So what I think I'm doing here is now that I've got my bark spread fairly evenly, I think that's all the bark I had to work with, yeah? Pretty much. So now I'm gonna just go ahead and lock everything into place with a scoop of fine lava, and that should hold it all in place after these rocks fall into place. Just giving it a little shake or watering it a couple of times. It's going to spread and distribute all of this stuff off the top in between all those little blocks that I just made. And hopefully it gets stuck in between all those little pieces of bark. There we go. So I'm kind of overloading it right now, and now I'll spread it about. Yep, I already feel as I hold the pieces of wood in place and then start to spread out some of that lava. It's kind of catching onto itself. Some larger pieces are not really wanting to cooperate, like this big piece of driftwood here, but that's pretty much the largest piece I've got. So everything kind of packs together. And like I said, with the watering, it's gonna fall down and in between. I'm not gonna poke at it with the stick because this top dome here is pretty solid. And I don't wanna agitate the roots too much right now. It's gonna be able to find this new substrate on its own just fine. Doesn't need a whole lot of guidance from here, I don't think. Okay, so just kind of press everything up and in. A few rocks and a few sticks fall out, but no big deal. It's all gonna wash down into place, superimpose on itself. Just a little dead leaf. And now I think this is looking pretty good. Okay, maybe one area I can pack a little bit of this stone up a little bit on this back side here. And then this side is pretty much organic with the edge of the pot. It's mostly over here that we need this driftwood and stuff. Okay. All right, guys, I think this thing's gonna be a lot more happy. Press it down in, and I'm gonna take it outside and water it. We're on an ad break starting soon, so that's perfect timing. Let's get this outside, get it watered. I'm gonna pull these dead heads off really quick while I have a sec. It's nothing too exciting, just pulling all of the dead blooms from last year off. Otherwise, they're gonna just stay there forever and rot. So there we go. Cleans the tree up. Almost like your annual dental cleaning for the plant. I go twice a year for my dental cleanings, though. Highly recommend if you have that ability to do so. If you're blessed enough to have some dental coverage that'll cover 2 visits. Even if you have to pay an arm and a leg for it. You can pay out-of-pocket expenses at some dentists, and they're actually really cool and they hook you up. Especially if you have an emergency. Like, I've gotten 2 $75 fixes on my teeth. Once was I bit and chomped on my lip ring that I used to have and broke one of my front teeth. Got that fixed up for 75 bucks. I think they felt really bad for me because I was like, can you please fix this for me? I don't have insurance. And then the next one was I bit a fork and it chipped one of my front teeth. So now actually, since they've done the color matching, there's like a little spot in the middle of my teeth where the enamel's a little thinner. And I hope it doesn't look like gray tooth, like it's dead or anything. It's just that it's thinner than the surrounding enamel. I promise my teeth aren't falling out. Anyway, there we go, deadheaded and ready for next season. Boom. All right, guys, we're in ads. I'm gonna take this out, give it a good water, see what sticks into the bolt, and then we'll pick up from there. Thank you all for being here. See, the Kanuma can get packed out. Gotta try and pack out as many things at once as I can. That extra soil can get packed out. That thing's coming out with me. This can stay. Alright, I think that's about as good as I'm gonna do here. I guess there used to be a rock somewhere on here. Let's put it right here. Maybe it'll hold more of this bark up. Okay, guys. There's only 10 seconds left on the ad. I'll try and hurry back, okay? Yogi. Well, dang. Yeah. Alright guys, so yeah, just give me a few minutes to see what we're gonna keep working on today, alright? I got lots more projects on tap, so talk to you in just a minute. think I found a good micro project that we can pack in before the next ad break. I'm gonna repot this little experiment that I've had going on. It's a little cluster of Siberian elms. And I planted them root over rock. And the little roots have really taken over. So what I want to try and do is get this actually transitioned into a smaller container. I hope this one works. Because the substrate's looking a little bit stagnant in there. So let's see if we can make this work. First thing I'm going to do is throw some lava in here. Lava with a bit of sphagnum for that bottom layer. And then I'm going to need a layer of like good organic stuff for this to grow in. So I'll do another one of those little layers of sphagnum moss here to kind of catch everything. And it'll all compress down in with the rocks as well. But this will make a nice substrate for everything to grow into. If I do that, one more little handful of rocks just to weight it all down. Mostly sphagnum in here though. All right, and then the next thing we'll add, trying to decide what I want the style of this thing to be, so it's probably a good idea to pull it out of its pot. Let's see, it's not wired in. This was truly just a really radical experiment. Let's see how it looks on the inside. Okay. This was a crazy experiment, guys. So I'll pull off the drainage there, and it looks like all the trees are connected to the rock and certainly growing root over rock. There's roots all the way underneath. So my objective here is going to be to try and pack all of this in and around like that. Maybe remove a little bit of the dirt and then put in a little bit of this nice guy mix I've got. Right here. It's actually running a little low on sphagnum, but see what I can do to pop this thing in and maybe see if we can start exposing the rock, because that would be really cool if we could start pulling off and exposing the rock. So I've got this big stone here that was obviously set to, oh, that's the front of the stone. Is this all one stone? Yeah, it's all one stone here. Okay, perfect. So then what I actually need to do is immediately layer this with a bit of stuff to grow in. This is some nice potting soil stuff. Bed soil, I guess you might call it. But this will take on those roots perfectly. And then it goes straight down into the sphagnum and lava mix below. Toss a little bit of lava in here to make sure it doesn't get into a cramped, kind of like turn into a dirt clod that blocks drainage. So everything we want to try and keep a little bit beat up just for the drainage. Okay, now, how is this going to fit? It goes all the way end to end. It barely fits in this. How interesting. Okay. I guess we're gonna have to go for it. See all of those roots underneath. They're looking good and healthy. So what I want to try and do is just break down some of the soil off the outsides after I think I get this thing properly sorted here. Any roots that are going under, I want to tuck under so they continue to grow all the way to the edge here. Okay, set that just like that, and I'm probably gonna put some moss on the back end because it's mostly roots on the back. But from here forward, we're pretty much root over rock. So let me just knock some of this stuff back off the front. Let you guys see. So I've tucked all the roots that I can down behind and inside. On this back part, we're gonna have to cover with some moss. I'll use a bit of sphagnum for right now. So you guys should be able to see that pretty obviously stuck to the back here. Any parts that I'm unsure of is just going to get covered in sphagnum. And then maybe some natural moss for some look. We'll see. But this is the very back. So it doesn't even matter so much how it looks. Just want to keep this root system healthy back here. Little spray. It should stick on there nice. There we go. Yep. All right, now what I want to do is start knocking down everything that I can very, very slowly and carefully. So we start exposing this root over rock look and have a chance to tuck any more useful roots down to where they'll be able to do some work. Like down here, there's roots on top of the rock that I want knocked down so they can continue to grow. Just like this. This is cool. This is like the unveiling of a project that's been months. It's been cooking for months, literally. Uh-oh, I broke my little chopstick. Might have to get an actual tool out. Hang on. Uh-oh. My eye's not happy. Okay. Let's turn this so you guys can kind of see what I'm working on. So I'm just using the chopstick to slowly push everything down and in that I can, hoping to capture as much of the root mass as I can. Continue shoving it under the rock. There's still nice thick roots growing here, so I don't want to disturb them too much. So this is all good. And then on these edges here, what I think I want to do is start knocking off some of this sphagnum moss that's on the very top and exposing some of the nabari a little bit and just stuff that sphagnum right down into the new little crevasses that we've made on the sides. That'll perfectly cover up all that old root growth. Encourage it to keep going, just like that. Perfect. Down and off the rock. So I'm really curious how much of this I can knock down and off of the rock without hurting it. I'm sure some of it's going to wash off, so I look forward to some of this washing off and down. And hopefully any roots that need to be connected will stay connected. But it looks like it's got a pretty solid system moving right down over and around the rock and underneath it. So I was pleasantly surprised to see how much was up above, or how much was growing straight down below rather. Any of this dirt out. Yeah, we start to see the stone just a little bit. After a couple of waterings, I think this is going to start to expose more and more and more. Now that it's been turned into this new position where it can actually like run down a little bit more. And hopefully that bottom layer is just very content down below. This just seems like extra dirt up here. Yep, totally is. Loose dirt, loose dirt. And then we start hitting the roots. Roots get redirected. Down and off the rock. If you're not going over it, just go straight down and off. It's gonna be a fun little project as it continues to develop. But all the projects we do over here are pretty fun in some way. Even if they're doomed for failure, they're still fun to do. Hi, Mally. How you doing, girl? Oh, not interested in hanging out with me, I guess. Alright. again. I'm trying to pick some of this stuff out of the main section in the middle so we can start to see what these nabaris are forming like. And that stuff will continue to just fall down and into the cracks. Okay, what I want to do now is fill in my edges again with some fine lava, hold everything in place. There's a little bit of sphagnum moss in here too, so it's nice and easy on the root system below. It's not too rough. This is an interesting little piece now. I'm gonna have dirt washing down into the little decorative bed here, but that's all right. One for you guys. What a weird little piece, right? And that whole root mat is actually developing right down here. So this is going to be a good root over rock specimen if I can keep it properly watered. This thing takes up a lot of water because so much of this root action has been happening up on top where it's liable to dry out. So I found the sphagnum moss to be really useful for helping to keep that from happening, but it's growing really well. It's growing so fast that I've had to cull back a couple of branches already. And this is going to be a really cool little formation, just for fun. I'm kind of washing away some of this dirt just as I do this right now, because I want more and more of the rock to be exposed as time goes on. Dirt that needs to get washed away. And this natural substrate that it's in, the dirt, is just washing down into the basin now, so it'll all get caught at that sphagnum moss area and continue to contribute to the healthy growth of the plant. Yep, and here I can see already the nabari on this one is reaching so far over and definitely leaving room to see the rock underneath, so I cannot wait to see how this develops. And look at that, guys, we got it done before that break, before that next ad break. I'm telling you guys, we can do rapid fire clinic. Oh, I left my BRB and my starting up on. Shit. Oh, well, you know, we're gonna be going into another break in a second anyway, so this was a bonus project right here. All right, feeling pretty good about that. And then just to be safe, I have a little bit more spag that I'm just gonna stick kind of the outside of this to ensure that the necessary roots do not dry out. And I might end up putting a little moss in. Well, enough moss will probably start, if I put live moss, I feel like it'll start rotting it. So we'll just put this sphagnum on for a couple of days, see how it stabilizes. Especially on these like lower areas that show lots of bare root. The top can continue to like grow and dry out into trunk. There. That I feel pretty good about. I think this thing's gonna be safe until our next treatment. So hell yeah, one more down. Okay, didn't have much to say about all that. Just like I said, pack in a little bit of moss on top of the most exposed root areas so they can continue to grow. And we'll see how this turns out. I may even be able to come up with some moss, some like permanent moss to put up behind the back, so it looks like it's half mossed over and half grown over. But we can decide that another day. There we go. All right, and so with another break, looming over us in just a couple of minutes here. Thanks again, everybody, for being here and hanging out. I'm gonna make sure and I fix the chat to make sure it's all visible so that I get every one of your guys' messages. If you have any questions about bonsai, houseplant cloning, any of these other things that we're doing on the channel, please feel free to ask. I'm always happy to share whatever knowledge I have from my experience. So this gives us about a 7-minute dial in until the ad break, and then a 10-minute or then a 3-minute break. So it's actually a perfect 10-minute timer. So we will be doing that. One more timer, just like that. And oh, I forgot to get roses for you guys too. I'll try and remember to get roses this time, and I'll grab another thing for us to work on. So cool. I really like this thing. Okay guys, I'll be back with the next project momentarily. Alright, I found another micro project for us to tackle, guys. I have two about 1 year old, well, let's see, a little over a year old, 1.5 year old cherries here. And I'm really afraid that they're root binding here in the middle of summer. It's not a smart idea to be repotting these at this time of year. I should really be waiting until later in the year, but I'm afraid that the Konosama, the moss in one of them is going to be choking off the tree that it's in. And then I'm afraid that the other one is looking a little wet and stagnant. It's not draining as well as I want it to. So I want to get them into similar conditions, kind of more uniform conditions, and grow them together for a little bit. They can be separated at a later date. So, there's, excuse me guys, there's for sure good substrate in both of these, but I think I want to supplement it with the remainder of the akadama I have in this box. Got a bit more akadama, and we'll mix that in with some sphagnum and some lava. Get all this stuff together. Layer it in. And I think excuse me guys, sorry. No remote mute button. There's actually some cool mosses starting to grow in these that I want to keep intact. This is a pot slip. I'm not really intending to do a full repot here. It is just kind of a minimal slide from one to another to ensure that we've got good substrate for these roots to continue growing into, because right now I feel like they're getting a bit stunted and I want them to grow larger. So let me get out a couple more of my mesh covers. This has built-in grates, but I still like to throw these mesh covers over. I got 100 of them for like $5, so it's not a big deal. Those will last me quite a while. So especially when we start getting roots, the roots will get hung up on these a little bit quicker. I'm not even going to use any, I'm not going to be using any anchor wire on these. I do need to cut the old anchor wires off that are holding them in where they are right now, but now I think that they're established that they'll hold on their own. See, this is really great creeping moss for terrariums that's popping up in this one, so I want to leave the whole tops more or less undisturbed. Pull out all my little sticks. Just leave one chopstick for some work. All right. So let's see, snippy snip. I gotta snip the bottom of those, but let's get this established first. I don't have any more of the large grain lava rock, so I'm gonna go get one quick scoop of that. One scoop should be plenty. So let me go get my large grain lava rock. And I call this stuff like my most coarse large lava, But honestly, it's the same size as the Kanuma. It's like 3/8 inch or so. So I'm gonna dump this on carefully so that I keep my screens right where I put them. Okay, there's one, there's two. Since they're not wired in, I gotta make sure that they are secured by stone. There we go. Another solid scoop to start filling in the bottom. That seems like enough. Because like I said, I want to keep as much of the original substrate here as I can, but have it slowly blend from this lava into a bit of the nice guy mix here with the sphagnum moss and lava rock. I can break up some more sphagnum into this lava, make it a little bit more fluffy. So that's what I brought this in for. So here you guys can see I've got a little more fluffy sphagnum dropped in. I'll just use my hands to break it up. And this is going to be a really good substrate for underneath. It's going to be very dry. It's going to let that organic material settle into it so it's a little bit more evenly dispersed and not drowning my plants as they are filling up with roots. Because they're going to be filling up with roots. So I want some nice forgiving soil in here. That's pretty good. So I'm just going to kind of sprinkle this along the whole layer there. Seems like a fine transition. And volume wise, I think we're good with fitting the volume of both trays in almost completely. So let's set this aside for a second. And let's see what we're working with this tree. I see a lot of akadama in it. So I'm expecting that I can salvage all this soil. I'm not gonna have to wash off a bunch of anything. Let me just cut all these wires out that are holding the tree in place. Okay, and that's this wire right here. There. Now the tree should be released. And we should be able to do what's called a pot slip. Pot slip, for anybody who's never heard of one, is essentially a very, very, very low intrusion repotting, to where I'm just going to cut around the edge here to loosen this thing up. And then hopefully I can just pull the whole thing out and essentially slide it into its new basin, where it's going to have a bit more room to grow. I'm going to have to raise the level below it a bit, probably. Okay. There we go. There's a full lap around the outside. That should slide from one to the other perfectly. Let's get my second one prepped while we're at it. We'll just do it assembly style. Snip, snip. There that goes. There we go. And then I should be able to pull this wire out if I can find it. It's kind of buried in the moss. The moss was very aggressive in here. Boy, I'm gonna have to dig that up. Alright, well, you know what? With the two wires cut, this should slide straight out. And this one is definitely root bound. I see the roots going all the way through the bottom holes. So this one was absolutely ready to be repotted. And needs more room to grow. And I think that this is gonna provide some of that substrate for it to grow into, because I don't think that this tree is using up quite all of its space yet. But the two of them together in here are gonna be a nice combo. So what I'd really like to do is get all close to the edge of the tree here. And hopefully be able to pick up everything all in one nice big root ball. Sure seems like there's a nice healthy root ball going on here. Okay, so that's all good. Very simple lift here. We don't want to damage the roots at all right now. But we can pretty easily see the radial roots on this thing and where they've grown and are continuing to grow. Very nice. Got a screen here. Screen's getting overwhelmed with roots. So yep, both of these were ready for a repot, that's for sure. But they're coming out nice and easily because we used the right substrate, so thank goodness for that. I want this whole thing to just remain undisturbed as possible. Okay, tree out. This is actually pretty good substrate here. It's mostly Akadama with a little bit of organic. That'll be good for both trees, especially in this layer above the lava rock and sphagnum there. There. Okay. Now I'm gonna give it a, man, it's already got quite a bit of Akadama in there. I'm gonna give it more of the nice guy mix and mix that in with the Akadama that's all across the top here. There, I think that's gonna be the exact level that I need. So let's mix the Akadama with that. Even a little bit of the lava getting drug up from the bottom. This is gonna be a nice substrate though. Good, fast draining, and also full of nutrients. Root ball still undisturbed. Okay, let's go ahead and plop this bad boy in here. I'm thinking they should go one in each direction. Maybe like this. And almost make it obvious between the two here, okay? We'll pull some of the substrate down and into the bucket. And then we're gonna have to tilt this up and put a little of that extra Akadama underneath this to prop it up a bit. So I'm just taking a handful of, you know, I'm gonna mix the Akadama and the nice guy mix. It's all going together now. It's a little dusty at the bottom. So this is all just Akadama mixed with lava, fast drain, hold it up in place. That's looking nice. Okay. Good. Oh, shoot. I need to get this pot out of my way. Dropping valuable Akadama. There we go. Let's get that out of our way. Perfect. I'm liking how this is going so far. Put a little bit of sphagnum moss in between with the Akadama here. Kind of press it up and around the center area here. Even a little in the corner maybe. There. This thing's gonna grow nice and outward through this whole outer area if I put the right substrate in between these. Okay, so let's not waste any time. Let's jump right into the next one. I'm gonna have to probably cut it out this way. And this one, like I said, is reaching all the way into the bottom. This one wants to grow downward so badly. We're gonna try and encourage it to grow outward. Not by necessarily breaking up the root system, because I don't want to go into all that today, but just by kind of flaring it outwards. And then combining it with some new substrate. So now if I pop up with my 2 fingers, should come right out. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay, this was definitely time for a repot, guys. Look at the bottom layer of this. Straight mud. Straight mud. That's horrible. I will actually have to take some of this off because it's kind of giving it a bit of a root rot. See if I can find this dagnam wire. It's totally buried. Gosh. The little wire is being hard to find. Okay. I'm gonna grab my chopstick. Wherever my chopstick went. Whatever, this will work for now. This is all good stuff right here. Some nice akadama. Here, I'll pull out the pick. Not chopsticks, better. Okay. So I've got to start teasing some of this stuff off. This is like rotted soil here. It's literally turning to like brown goo on the outsides. That's not good. Need to break up these roots a little without hurting them and without trimming them. These big white roots are on the outside. I'm not going to bother with touching those. I'm going to try and scrape up this stuff on the bottom. Just poke upwards and then, like I said, kind of turn everything outwards. I really hope that this isn't too aggressive on the plant. I've found a mesh. I think the other mesh came out, didn't it? Nope, the other mesh is right here. Okay, so there's our 2 meshes out at least. Wire still prevails, it's still in there. Yeah, this is all rotted soil on the outsides. I'm glad that I got to this when I did. So let's start pulling everything out. This stuff that's kind of rotting out, I'm just gonna try and knock as much of it off as I can. That's not good for anything. I can smell decomposition. And then everything else just outwards. This all looks pretty good. Super receptive to what's ever underneath it. Just get this outer flare going outwards. Nice flat. This did develop a nice flat root system at least. It's not perfect, but okay. Now I don't want to mess with it any more than that. How can we make this work? How do those 2 look in contrast with each other? Is one going this direction and one going that direction okay? That's what I was thinking. Especially if I press this bit in, kind of like that. And then this one can kind of be above, and then I can fill into the top there. So I'm actually gonna, rather than cut or tuck, I'm gonna try and just drag a little bit more of this rotted dirt off the outer edges. And again, encourage that outwards root growth, because I think it was getting stopped up here by all this rot. This will dry out nice and quick once we get it into a new substrate. It's a piece of moss. Yeah, this thing's gonna be a lot healthier. It might go through a little bit of a weird shock. I'm not getting in too close to the middle of the roots, but it might go, whoa, what'd you do to me in the middle of my growing season? But I think in the long run, this is going to be the best thing for the tree. So this is all good. A little akadama, a little bit of sphagnum, a little bit of natural stuff, all in here. And then after that gets flattened out, I think that I should be able to tuck out everything else in, especially like from here to here. Still couldn't get that wire out. Literally can't find it in the moss. I'm just gonna leave it for now. It's not a big deal. Track it out later. It's not pushing through either. That's okay. I'm just gonna lay it outwards and we'll leave it in there. So is it best going off that way or off this way? Probably off this way. So I'm gonna try and do a nice tuck and press for everything that I can. Especially this nice healthy area up here. There's a little less action going on in the back over here. So if I have to cut some of the soil off, I'm taking it off the back here. This is very loose stuff back here. Not locked into any fresh new feeder roots until I start getting to about here. So that knocks back about a good inch. Okay, so I can go in like this. And even have the moss kind of overlap. Just fill this bit back in right here. And then this is all going to be stuffed inward so that it props the tree up. I think I need a little more rock underneath. Directly underneath. Just to raise this bad boy up. Put it on a bit of a mound. Mound up, king. Alright. Alright. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I want to tuck it over to this side if possible so that I can possibly separate these in the future if I want to. And now besides backfill, we're almost done. I'm gonna go ahead and just use the rest of this stuff that I've got here. First off, let me drop just a little precision momming back here. Back here. As much akadama as I can salvage right now, going into bits and corners that fell. Even if I come across a little bit of a larger lava rock now and then, I might stuff that in there. But I want the moss to continue to spread right here. I'll even take that little bit that fell off and stuff it in there. So we could use a little backfill here. Okay, I'm starting to get down to dust over here, and this dust is actually a very good additive to my muck wall because it's got bits of akadama dust, sphagnum moss, and lava dust, which is all really great stuff to turn your clay into a bit of a concrete. So I'm happy that's there. I'm just unhappy that I'm almost out of it. Okay. And remember, as I'm pressing into these corner areas with these bits of rock and stone, I'm helping hold everything in place. So I'm going to get a bit more of this lava just to top off in this corner and around the edge. This isn't hitting any root mass whatsoever. I'm not tearing up any roots. Just locking the tree in place. And this bit tucks in real nice right there. I want to put a little bit of organic on top of this rock right here so that we might get some moss growing back over it. So I'm just going to stuff a bit of that native dirt right on top. see if we can get good moss grow back quickly. Good. These guys like twins. All right, and then the majority of the rest of this, beside the dust at the bottom, is coming in here. And little stones out. There we go. That is now dust. So let me grab a nice big cup full of, this is just some normal nursery stock. Just spread this akadama and stuff around because it's real good substrate that the tree really loves. It's like Brondo. It's what trees crave. Akadama, it's what trees crave. But that is the end of my akadama that I have open. I'm gonna have to bust open a new box now. And there's a bit of that persistent organic material in here, but that's fine. We're just gonna go a layer of lava over everything real quick. Try and even some stuff out. And these are both gonna have much more room to start growing into themselves. I think we're gonna have a growth spurt this season. That's all good stuff in there. I'm gonna give it a bit of sphagnum moss mixed in to help retain moisture. As well, this drains quickly, that's great, but it's still got to have a little bit of time to soak it up into the roots. A bit of sphagnum is not a bad idea, especially kind of as an additive, just kind of poked in around randomly. Not randomly, just systematically. There. So now that that's all broken up, see, this is going to add lots more viability for root growth to just plain lava rock. So I'll take my chopstick and I'm going to start just poking everything in together now. And hopefully these two start taking off and get bigger and bigger and bigger this year because they have been released from their individual short pots. They have a lot more room to grow now. I'm gonna be stoked if they get huge this year. Although spring season growth is done already. But I got these from a really cool cherry farmer last year. I was doing you pick cherries and I found some little random cherries that were popped up and I asked him if I could dig them up and he said yes. Very cool guy. Stick a little rock in here to hold this tree in place as well. Very cool guy. So I will be visiting his cherry orchard again this year. From here, you guys, maybe just a tad of organic. I just want a tad of organic so that we can start seeing maybe a bit of that moss spread over this way, and then we'll finish it with lava, and that's the end of this project. Yeah, this kind of has a tendency to fall down and just mix in with the sphagnum, but that's fine. Now we can hit it with that final level of lava rock that's going to keep everything dried out and running smooth. And this is almost a twin sisters type of situation. I've got a couple of planters outside that have twin trees in there like this. Two kind of ultimately independent trees grown in the same trainer pot so that they could stay together later or they may separate. We'll see. But now they kind of share a fate. We'll see if this moss wants to keep spreading across or if the lava rock puts a stop to it. But just to give it a little bit of an advantage, I will give it just a literal sprinkling of that organic dirt one more time. Just to mix in with the lava so that maybe we get a chance of some significant moss spread. And then this dirt's just gonna get wet and then fall in to mix in with the rest of the lava stone. So I'm just kind of patting it around. And yep, just as predicted, both trees pot slid, nice and easy. Damn, add in progress. I hate ads. I need to put them less frequently for longer, guys. Because they keep popping up on us like every half hour or what have you. And it really throws off the flow. So as usual, I'm going to just press my trench around the outside to make sure that everything has been pressed into place. Good strategic use of the akadama underneath. It's going to be perfect right next to the roots and also provide that little bit of lift that it needs here. And I think that our root systems are radial, but stronger on opposite ends. I think the stronger root system on this tree is over here and this one over here. So this should make for a nice split later on down the line if I want. I could always cut a little canal and try and keep them separated, but I think I'll just let them go and I can cut them apart later if I need to. So there's another one down, guys. The ad is over. All right, guys, you're just in time. I just finished getting my hands dirty, spreading another layer of dirt. And so now we've got kind of the twin sister cherry trees here. We've got the one with the wild moss on this side, and then the one that's moved out of its mossless, real shallow basin on this side. And I have a feeling that they're going to start growing much more consistently. We can see that this one's starting to get a bit yellow. I think it's because it was getting starved out by the moss. That's going to be countered by this larger basin that we put it in. And I just think that this one's going to go crazy. I hope that we start getting lots of growth up here, because I'd love to have these two uppers branch up. So it's almost like got this tiered look to it. So yeah, thanks for sticking around for that project, guys. I'm sorry that the last 3 minutes was stuck in ad land. At least it was only the last 3 minutes. I wasn't doing anything except for pressing in around the edges and doing kind of the final touches. And you get to see the final product here before I take it outside. And then I got to give this thing a thorough watering. And then this is going to be a new life for these two trees. I think that they're going to absolutely start banging and getting huge over the next 2 to 3 weeks in the sun. Perfect drainage going on, I'm sure. But I'm not going to put so much water on it right now that it drains onto my floor. So let me throw this outside. I'll find the next micro project, and then I will be back, and we can figure out what we're working on next. I'm sure that we'll be able to knock something out before the next ad break rolls in, so we'll just pop these up really fast. I know I do this a lot. I need like an editor or something that'll pull these breaks apart and consolidate the lesson. This looks really cool though. A new life for my two little baby cherries. They may also be different types of cherries. They could be Bing or Rainier. And my suspicion is that these may be Rainier cherries and these may be Bing cherries because of the different leaf color. But we won't know until they are fruit bearing, which might take a couple years. So we'll be back, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Give you something fun to look at. I also need to get these extra pots out of here. And this is a good practice right now because I'm freeing up some pots. I'm going to be able to put some new things into these shallow pots. This is great for little baby sapling trees with moss growths, with casamonos. So I'll be back in just a minute with the next load, everybody. All right. We're almost back. Just give me another 2 minutes. I don't think I have any other micro projects to do today, guys. I think I'm just gonna jump into doing some wiring on this pine and try and get it going into a direction that I want. We're gonna use loose wiring because it's still very fragile. It's a very, very fragile tree, so we're trying to take good care of it. And it's sitting right here. That's probably gonna be our last project for the night. We may play some games after. We'll see how I'm feeling. But we've gotten a lot done today. We replanted a rhododendron. We did a double pot slip on our cherry trees. We've gotten you up to date on a lot of our other projects. We rearranged a couple things. We've done so much today. So yeah, let's get one more project in. All right, guys. Let's get to work on the last project of the night. Here we are. Let's make this thing look a little more presentable. It's gonna be mostly wiring, possibly some pruning. Possibly some gin and shari work. But I'm still having trouble deciding what the front of my tree is. Don't want to take too much off all at once. I want to take a minimal amount off, really. But this branch is looking broken down here. And I always felt that it kind of obstructs what I feel is going to be my front view, like this. So I think we might just take that one off. Let's take a look one more time, because this is a kind of unique shaped branch and a uniquely placed one. However, it didn't take real well to my wiring job. I was a little rough on it. I've really got to be more careful with my wire, you guys. This copper wire can be very hard to work with, and you can end up bending branches instead of wire, and then you end up with big problems. See how this one looks? This one looks okay over here. And it anchors like this. And that's a pretty good solid lead that way, but this is some excess wire that maybe I can use on this branch here to bring it down. Okay, let's try that. Really hold this wire in place and try to not damage my branches along the way. And as this is not like final professional show wiring or anything, I can actually afford to be a little loose with it. Especially when bending branches upwards like that, maybe. because I think that could be a pretty crucial bend right there. And it's attached to this guy over here. So we just make sure that's a nice tight turn like that. Bend the wire here. And then maybe upwards here. And this little bit going out. So this goes up and this bit goes down. Like that. There. Good. And I think that those two work pretty cooperatively together here. All the way down to here where we can fill in up and still have a nice outer pad here. Even this little guy maybe even get a chance to contribute. Okay, so that's one way to look at it. I'm taking this branch off. One has been chosen. Should be able to just snip it off. Actually, I'm gonna get some better concaves here. And we can say goodbye to this big old branch here, guys. Ready? This is gonna clear up a lot of our view of the trunk. So I want you to get a nice view. So this is how much one branch can impact your view of the tree. Boom. Once these are lifted up a bit and out, we're gonna be in good shape. So what I wanna do is start with this lead here, which comes up and about, and that's good. That just means that we need to get these guys lifted. I like this one's positioning here, and it has a lot of back budding that I can work with later on. I can cut the end off and have all these back buds end up being my new inner circle there, but I'm gonna leave this one going for now. These will come up. This will probably stay down. This will come up at the ends. And I think that with a little bit of just nice light wiring, we can get these things all positioned pretty cool. Do a nice little kind of traditional puffy looking shape. I'm gonna put a little bit of sealant on that cut that I just made because the tree is bleeding already. Just find that stuff. I got sap on my fingers now too, so there's that to work with. Got my brand new bottle, but I don't want that. There it is. Okay. Let's patch this tree up just a little bit. Let you guys get the front view of this. So we just get a little bit of this cut paste. Just like this. Scoop a little bit onto a stick. Close that up so it doesn't get dirty. And before this drips on me, let's seal up that wound. Just glob it on like that. Just like that. You just glob it on. And I'm going to tap it out just so that it doesn't drip off or not completely cover, but it's that simple. A little extra didn't hurt it, so I will leave it on there. Just enough that it's not going to be too heavy and drip off. It's olive color, so it pretty quickly starts to adapt and look like a nice natural cut on the tree. Is there anywhere else that's bleeding out that might need some help? Not on here. This is a solid wire right here. This was a pretty good wire in here. Looks like it got bit maybe right no. I'm not seeing any wire bite really the whole way. After that one branch is off, everything else looks kosher. So we're good. All right, sweet, we can continue. All right, so what's gonna be next? I think these need to go up like this, and then point upward. So that's probably a short length of copper for that, which I have one of those right around here somewhere. Pretty short length of low gauge copper wire. Let me just straighten it out as best I can really quick before I work with it and make my life a lot easier. Try to make it as straight as it can. This is all recycled wire from a local recycler. So reuse, recycle, folks. I'm also a scrapper, and it's a more cost-efficient way than buying bonsai wire. That's a huge ripoff. Go visit your local recycler and get your copper wire there by the pound. You can get a variety of sizes in big old rolls, perfectly cut pieces, whatever you're looking for. So shouts out to your local recycler. And recycling is just good. It's a good habit. All right. So I'm just straightening out the very end of this because I'm gonna have to make a little bow tie at the end. But I want it straight for now. Okay. So which ones do we say? Those two are wired. And with the rule of two, you want to find opposite branches to wire up. So those two are opposite. Those two are opposite. This one can be a little individual wire probably, because it's very small. It might even get cut. It kind of blocks the inside. So I'm gonna cut this one as well. So we're gonna do another cut. Second cut of the night. Leave a bit of room for dieback. Okay, it's two off. But we're clearing up quite a bit of the middle here. It's looking a lot better. Once this gets lifted, I think it's gonna make quite the difference. So I think this is the one I wanna target. Question is, with the 2-branch rule, what opposite branch am I going to wire up with? Probably this one right here. And then these two can just be on their own with a very tiny piece. And it looks like this piece might just be perfect. Awesome. Good. Okay. So now I've got to think about my engineering brain. I go up and around and then under. Okay. I always gotta like think out my attack on branches to make sure that I do it correctly first time. So I go up and over them both, and then it's going to be able to kind of use this bit right in the middle as a crotch, or as a crutch of sorts. Unless I turn it this way. Hang on, maybe it's easier this way. Kind of depends on how low it is. Maybe I just reach under the two. Yeah, it looks like I'm just gonna reach under the two. Maybe crutch onto this. I just don't know how well this is gonna help me as a crutch. Hang on. Nope, it just broke. So I'm not even gonna try and use it as a crutch. I'm just gonna go straight onto the branch. It's got to get flipped though, because now my long side's on the short side and short side's on the long side. Yeah, that bit's just gonna fall right off. Okay. Let's go from underneath. There we go. And now I'll be able to force the branches into whichever direction I want, I believe. Uh-oh. Gotta take off my watch. It always ends up being a liability halfway through the stream. I get caught on things. So for this wiring, I'm going to turn towards you guys, I think, and maybe we'll get a close-up of hopefully a good wiring demo here. I totally can't hit the camera if I'm doing this, so. Alright, let's get rid of that BRB. And also the timer. There we go. Alright, we're back in biz, guys. White pine. I'm a little nervous about this one, man. I really don't want to break the branches. They're so fragile. I almost wonder if this is worth a test run to see if this aluminum wire that's a little bit thinner will work. I think before I get started, I'm going to test it. This one's going to be easy to take off too if I have to. A lot less heavy duty. This one might need it anyways, but I'm going to test out a different set of branches with this. It's a little long, but that's fine. This thinner gauge stuff will just sneak underneath the thicker gauge instead of running on top of it. And those are going to get caught right here and used as a crutch here. So let's see if this wire is thick enough to manipulate these branches. That would save me a lot of headache. Speaking of headache, I'm dropping things. What a headache. These are such thin branches that I just really don't see the need to use that thick copper stuff. If I can get away with this really thin aluminum. Try and pull as many needles up out of the way as I can. And do one last loop here. And I'm even going to bundle the needles. A lot of people end up doing this to help protect their needle forms. You just go very loose around this part, wrapping it kind of like a Christmas tree or something. And then I just form a little bow tie at the end so that I can get to it when I need to, and it also helps uplift everything like so. Oh yeah. It seems that this wire is perfectly capable of placing these thin ones. Yes, okay. That means I can knock this one out real fast. Okay. Couple lower needles I can shed right here. I can't even make one wrap with those needles on. But once we get one wrap solidly put in, just like so, yeah, okay, fine. I'll, for good measure, I will bundle my needles again. So maybe when I take the photogrammetry of these, they'll look a little more like bonsai. Make this nice and wide though. There. And then again, just twist into a little loop. Ah, this aluminum wire is perfect. See? And then we can twist this guy up. Get twisted. Hey, Twisted Tea. If you guys need more advertisers, we can get it real twisted over here. Okay, so So those seem like they're on okay with just like that nice little loose piece of aluminum. This could also use a little piece of aluminum, but this is a thicker bit here, so you definitely need to bring this up. See that right there, I was bending the branch and not the wire. It's a really bad habit. Okay, so those look good. Those look really good. Perfect, okay. Now we're getting into copper territory. Let's see, I had a bit of copper that, let's see, we have one through here that attaches to this one, because those are two really good solid opposite branches. And then we've got this one connected to this one. Those are really good solid opposite branches. We got the little guys wired here. So I suppose it's time for a short piece of copper here. Or perhaps aluminum. I should probably try aluminum first, because it is so much easier to work with. Let's try it. It's gonna have to be about from here to there to there. A little bit longer than this. See, I just caught one of my bows. Didn't have it twisted off right. You twist the bow. Make sure there's no needles stuck in it. Nice little needle grouping there. And twist. There. This will be a much better keeper for that branch. Perfect. These are both looking very nice. Rather obvious wire, but you know, this is not a show tree. It's still in its nursery pot. So let's get that next bit off. Probably here. And that's probably going to work for this section. If it'll hold this branch up. I don't know that it has the power. It has the power for this one. So I'm not really worried about that. What I'm more worried about is, even if I loop around here, will I be able to lift this branch? You know, a good way to tell is to grab the wire and try to push the branch. And the wire bends. That means that this will not hold that branch. So if there's a better opposite, I guess this is a better opposite for me to do with copper. So these are going to be my two opposite branches here. Cut with copper. So if we go there, and then there, out to here. Probably about here. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. In whatever capacity, if you're just hanging out lurking, or if you're watching, drop a comment, say hi. I actually have everything set up right here so that I can see your guys' messages. So if you have any questions or anything like that, please shout them out. Yeah, this wire is a little more technical. This one might be a little tough. I'm gonna try not bump the camera while I do this, cat. This one might be a little tough. First, let's straighten out, and then really what we want to do is go from what would be the end of this, and then some, all the way to here, and then we're probably gonna have to have about till there to twist on, leaving it to go up, and then have all of that for this guy. We'll have a little extra on both ends. That's okay though. Again, shouts out to the recycler. Let's see if this piece is ooh, you know what? This is actually thinner. And this will hold. Look at this. You know what? We might have found a lucky piece. How does this work? To there. Hey, there we go. I'm gonna use this one. All right, so the first bend I'm gonna have is for this branch to go all the way to here, and then some, and then we're gonna have to bend and go up the tree, and then off down this way. Need at least that much space. Okay, that should all work. And for this one, I actually have the opportunity to go on top of another wire so I don't end up marring more of the bark. So that's good. Just thinking, oh, has my head been like completely in the way? Probably. Get out the way, stupid. I think what I want to do is just wire in this bottom branch first. Using this as kind of my anchor. And then we're gonna go just under and around. And then we're trying to get it about a 35-degree angle with our turns. Y'all probably get sick and tired of me saying that, but if you're new and watching this for informative purposes, it's probably worth repeating. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is pull something kind of sneaky and wrap straight around this little knob here, and then send it straight up to this branch. Kind of cheeky, okay. It's gonna have to go one way around. The whole stump here. Down below, okay. Okay. Now is when copper actually likes to work with you, okay. And as I said, I can actually bump this on top of another wire, which is cool. And I'm gonna be really careful with this branch because it looks like it may have been a little bit marred by a piece of wire already. Ooh, I fell off my little point. Okay, everything's reset. Nice and loose. We're just doing this for light training, nothing serious, and not heavy branches. Okay, I think we've reached a nice wrap here, all the way to the end. So I'm gonna do one more twist right here. I'm gonna remove some of these crotch needles and get sap all over my fingers so that I can do one more wrap here. Without knocking out too many live ones. There. And then this will be my last turn into my bow.
these are actually looking pretty nicely wired. I'm gonna try and capture the candles with what I've got, but I don't have a lot of room. Okay, that's fine. So this is wired in, this is wired on, and this is a little loose here, so maybe we need to just bend down and then finish our wrap. There's actually 2 buds on this branch, so I'm gonna get around the one that I would like to use as a back bud, and then we'll hit the front lead bud with that quick wrap like this. As you can see in here, we're gonna have to sacrifice a few of these. It's totally fine. Ooh, okay. So I do not want to go on top of this little branch here. I want to protect that. So I'm adjusting my wire a little bit. Okay. Just really trying to get this right so I protect that branch. There we go. Just loosening up my coil a little bit, especially because right here we're going to start to turn up. So I'm going to get a nice loose ring around that last one here. And this one is more of a palm, so it doesn't really need to have its needles broomed up. I can just turn this like that. And now this branch is not being touched at all. Perfect. Okay. So we can figure out the ultimate goal with that branch when we need to, but for right now it's wired on at least. Could have had one wrap probably around here, but it goes straight to a little cleat, so I'm good enough with where that's at. Okay, so at the ends we like to turn things up like that. There. And now we're starting to conform to the shape of our palm a little bit better. So these little guys that we've got to hit with looks like a single aluminum for that one, because the other side got taken off, so there is no palm over here on this side anymore. I'll just do a nice simple loop around this piece on the inside. Oh, it's like broken off. That's not gonna work. Okay. Well, okay, then instead, we're just gonna have to go kind of freelance here. Everything's getting easier to work around as I get the pines bundled up. This one I'm just gonna wrap around lightly. This isn't real heavy wire, so I'm not worried about it scarring. And then from here we go under and up and under. Just like that. Yup. There. And that's a perfect wraparound point for it to come in to the end. Just like this. Okay. And then these ones I will bunch up because it's an easy one to do this with. And then nice light loop around all the needles. I don't want to kill these needles at all. I'm trying to preserve them actually by brooming them up like this. Okay. So I've gotten them all nice and loosely covered there. And then we just try to make it like a little bow tie at the end, remember? Whenever we can, so that we can get a little upright turn. And in this tree's particular case, I think we need to go, or this branch rather's case, we need to go way up and then out like this, and then up again, I believe. Yep, that makes that nice. Okay. Okay. That branch looks under control now. This branch is under control. These two need... Actually... What do these two need? I think maybe we just need a split right here. Maybe this one needs to come off. Nah, I'll wire it forward. And this one up. I'll just do kind of a swapperoo on those and see how it looks. I can always change it later. This one's facing down, but it does have a opposite that I can work with. So maybe we try those ones next. Is this one flimsy enough? Feels flimsy enough to probably be handled with just a bit of this. These are both very small. Okay. Looks like I'm catching extra branches. Okay. Yep, alright. See if I can wrap these two okay. First off, this one is totally in my shit. Part of the reason that this branch needs to be moved. Okay, now I'm starting to recognize why this branch really needs to go out and up like this. Like right here is where I want the bend. Upwards, just like that. A little more, and I just kind of scoop my way up the branch as I go. There, now look at that. Now these two aren't in competition with each other so badly. This one does need to be brought down significantly. I don't know if it's possible. Let's just do this. I'm gonna leave this as is, and I'm gonna wire the two accompanying branches here. Actually, I think I just need to cut this smaller one. Frankly, it just seems redundant, and it is a downward facing. I just feel like this might be worth saving. I'll save it. I'll save it for now. Only need a tiny bit of wire, but I'll cut off the extra. Is this the end of the... Yeah, okay. tie this onto the end of the copper wire that's on here. And that's gonna be my cleat. Is the camera okay? I hope so. I'm trying to stay up higher so I'm not in the camera view. There. There. See how off the spool wire is a lot easier to work with? This off the spool aluminum wire, because this stuff is cheap. This stuff is a lot easier to work with. I wish I could buy premium copper wire for myself, but that is not the reality that we live in. All right, let's separate these two. We're gonna do another nice loose cone around here. Pull it up. Okay, and this is where our loose cone will form, right here. We might lose one or two needles underneath the wire, but it's okay. I'll just let those ones fall off instead of removing them. Okay, so let's make sure we're just bending the wire, not the branch, not the needles, not the tree. Right there, it kind of started to move the tree a bit, see? I gotta pull this back out, and then make sure I'm getting around all of it. There, looking good. Very good. This is a very fragile branch, so I'm going to try and be careful with it. There. Well, like a little too much extra wire too, so it's kind of in my way. Ah! Okay. And then with that, make our little bow at the end. And I think that looks pretty good. Okay, so now I should be able to bring this down without too much of a fight. Goes around there, and then right here's where we really get to address some bend. And then also in here to kind of go with the bends of where the leads have been gradually changed. And then I think we can go up right throughout here as long as we stay down low. Down low, I say, like this. Hope this isn't marring up the tree too badly, but there we go, there we go, there we go. As I said, this one is unmonitored right now, but I think I just might leave it. Here, just to alleviate some confusion. We'll bend it down that way. This is gonna be a big one here. This is gonna be a big one right here. Might have to go around here to wire these two. But really, these two should get wired together, actually. Okay, so I think I have my next copper shot. It's gonna be these two. And that should be plenty long enough. Can you guys see all right? Maybe if I move my cam a little bit. There, maybe that'll be even better. Forgot I gotta keep my counterbalance right on my microphone. It's right in front of the camera now. There, we'll leave it like that. Okay, let's choose our next leads here. I think we said it was gonna be these two. This will help form a canopy for us. Even though we should maybe start at the lowest. Low, 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 low. This one should go lower, I think. This one's wired in here, but not really brought much of an angle. So maybe we'll try and turn this one a bit like this. And send it downwards. And then back upwards here. Nice. That actually creates some nice distance. I'm trying to maybe spaghettify this a little bit. Just like that. Nothing too hardy, nothing too hefty. Although I could get a nice upward bend here. It would start going into the others. I could go a nice downward bend here. And then just out from the others. There, that's not bad. And then this is gonna get brought up with, I'm not sure what it would have as its opposite. This actually seems to be fine up here. So this one might just be a little solo. This one's solo leveling over here. This is a really interesting branch. I like this one. It almost sits perfectly how it already is. And then this one can actually be brought down. Looks like it can be brought down and out a little bit. It's a little tight on this wire, so I don't want to be too aggressive. And that one doesn't go to the end, so it's more of some backfill, but we're on the back of the tree right now anyway, so that's not the worst thing in the world. I think I'm going to try and go in after this one with a piece of aluminum here to try and help create some canopy, and then we can spread some things out some more. Maybe make this one go upwards more and this one come into here. Pretty sure aluminum will handle that. Especially because we get a really solid anchor for this one. Just this big old dead piece of wood here. These are useful to leave on every now and then. To create an excellent anchor point. So let me see, it's got to go down this way, right? This way. And then I can go over and start dragging it down, I believe. Actually, you know what? I need one more loop. Hang on. That's not going to grab anything at all. Hang on. Okay, so we've got our nice little anchor there of dead wood, and then we can nice and securely pop this on here. Not too tight on the actual branch though. It's supporting it. A little tighter. perfectly wraps around and in between these two. And now we can probably remove some lower needles here, for a twist or two more. And then we'll leave a nice long broom at the end. This is actually two or three leads. Oh, okay. So yeah, I think I remember seeing that. So then actually, change of plan, we'll just wrap it all the way to the end. As far as we've cleared. One final wrap down here. And I think that this thing may have been a little bit beat up when I tried to put some copper on it. So hopefully this works out a lot better. Have it go under all of this stuff. So I don't want it to choke out these two new back buds. I want to keep my buds around, you know what I mean? There. This seems like a good entrance there for the very last loop. And again, we'll try and get a nice little candle on these outermost ones because it just looks nice. It looks like your pine is in training properly if you get this set up in a nice, orderly, pretty fashion. Separating every pine needle is quite a pain in the ass though. Okay. Alright. And there's that loop to hold the broom together. And at the bottom, we make our little loop-de-loop. Little bow tie. Just twist that sucker up. And then at the ends, we'll always be able to have a little bit of an upward press. Even if the branch droops down like it should, to make it look older, there should still be an upward boost at the end. So that looks nice. And it actually leaves this in a pretty decent spot to where I can move this guy over just a hair, like that. And then they're not intersecting. Like that. That. This guy right in the middle. Perky as always, alright. And this seems to fill in fine here. Not real worried about it. I could pick back some of this old needle, but since I'm removing foliage, I'm not gonna pick any needle off. This one I like just kind of hanging down like this, and it already has a bit of an upwards shoot coming up, so I'm not gonna worry about messing with that. This seems to be growing in good pattern on both sides. So then we start to run into this branch, which should probably be brought down something like this. Or maybe even like that. And then this will be its opposite. Okay? Let's do it. Let's do it. Hope it works right. I'm using copper this time because these are a little heavier duty branches. This is the stuff that's a little bit tougher to work with. Especially because I want to keep it. I don't want to like snip ends off and stuff, so it's just wasted material. Alright, let's see how I'm going to get this thing to grip. I think it's going to be on top of the other wire. It's right here. Or running tandem to the other top, to the other probably just like run tandem to the other and then split off onto this branch here. Try to be very careful to not snap anything, man. Ugh. It is stressful with these sensitive barked or sensitive branched trees. Okay, so that first twist is good there. That means that we'll be able to secure that branch. So let's get this one locked in. It's not this one up here. It's this one down here. And again, we're bending the wire, not the tree. Bend the wire, not the branch. I think I would like it to go under once. I hope that doesn't undermine my length though. That's alright, we'll just go for it. Okay. That looks good. Go. Another nice twist in there. For this gauge of copper, it is imperative that you're very careful with these branches. You don't want to scrape them up and hurt the bark, and I really don't want to cause any breakage. Okay, so here we have the split. The old split ski here. So that'll go down and out, and then I'm going to pull this biggest bush part up. This biggest candle goes up, so it needs to get de-weeded or de-needled a bit. I'm going to take the needles off the bottom first and see how much that clears it up. It's just a general rule I've learned is if you take them off the bottom, you can actually leave more needles, because then you only have to kind of filter your way through one set. Down here it is still pretty far in. Hoping and praying that I don't remove too much foliage and kill this thing. I will give you guys updates. Try to let you know when I win and when I lose. That twist actually went on real nice. Right like that. Indoor upward like this. Yep, I can fit one more loop around. Perfect. Just like this, let's go one more loop around here. And then we're going to go straight into our kind of whatever we can do with this short length loose cone. Okay, loose cone here. Now we can get some bends, I think, like this. And that actually freed up a little extra for that. That looks better, hell yeah. Wow, we're starting to get like a properly formed tree. Hot diggity damn, guys. These two branches need to be kind of brought into order here. I think how it's going to happen is this one's going to get the guidance like this, come down and wrap around this one, which will come down and out or up. You know, I think what I'm going to do is actually just grab a piece of aluminum and try and get these two to cooperate that are at the end of their bit here. Uh-oh, where's the end of my wire? It fell back into the box. Come here, you. Come here, you. This is all like wrapped up in itself. Damn it. Ah. Screw it. Free me. Free me from my prison. There we go. Now I got a slinky. Check it out. Let's see, probably that much. Okay. We were talking about which two again? I think it was, let's see, this is a main here. And it goes to right up here. Okay. So this main actually does quite a bit of work here. Just trying to get a little twist into this. See if I get a little bit more twist here. There. I think that lines things up a little bit better. There's a few long needles in here that probably need to get taken down, but I think I've got to get control of these two. Well, no, not really. If this one just kind of does this thing over here, it's growing the like upper canopy area. Just let it go. You can always bend it down actually. You can bend this guy down. Kind of like that. That's better. Yeah, I like that. I'm leaving all these extra needles, guys. I'll do more deneedling later. For right now, I want to make sure that I keep as much foliage on as I possibly can while styling this thing. Okay, so I still have an unfinished branch on this side. Forgot I left this one undone. Okay. Job's not done. You see it? Gotta be able to tell when I'm starting to get in the way. That looks like a good wrap. That looks like a good wrap here. Yeah. A little looser. And up and around one more time. And we're going to nicely be able to wrap this one up. While avoiding that very last bit right there, I think we can still get underneath and give this a wrap. I'm gonna lose a few needles on the lower end of this, but that's okay. Okay, let's wrap this in a circle, nice loose circle. I almost just make a hook. There. And that's a happy candle, as they'd say. As one may say. Happy candle. Hey, look at that. Better shape, huh? It's starting to look like an actual tree now. Hey, yo. Okay, so what's still uncontrolled? This. This. Yep, so that's the last piece of copper is these two right here. I don't think aluminum is going to cut it for these guys. It's kind of two mains. So let's try and get all the way to the end of the leads on both of these. Looks like I got tons. I'm going to have too much. Alright, so if we go from here, we wrap out, that's going to be almost too much. Almost double too much. So how about this? Say I take this part. There to there, to there, to there, to there, to there, to there. Hey. It's a good bit that I can save here for another small bit of 2-branch. Little small 2 thick branches across from each other can get moved by that. All right, let me see my attack angle here, guys. Point is to bring them up in this way, so I think we're probably gonna have to go under and around. Probably come over and around that way, and then have to go spiral it and wrap it. Okay. Gotta kind of think out my wraps before I do them. Make sure I try to get them done right the first time. It's been way too many times I put wire on and said, oh my God, I put it in a position that it's not going to move anything. So I'm going to be very careful and put one wrap around this branch here. Right at the intersection of these two. And then there's one nice tight wrap there that helps conjoin those two together. And that means that I can go under on this one. I'm going to go all the way up like this. Perfect. Okay, let's go underneath the first branch. So there is a first branch here. So our first wrap will be a little tight. And then after that, we're going to go to the 35°. I'm always mad somebody's outside. I can hear her growling. At the very least, try and pull it to the other side. Okay. I think this tree's gonna look a lot better. Okay, cool. Now we're down to the next split, which is beautiful. That means I can wrap through this split and then attack straight through to the lead. The lead, I'm going to pull back some of these needles. Just about that far. And then we'll wrap the lead. You know, there's actually an upward lead coming off of this that I'm going to encourage upwards. So I'm going to do that right like this. Get to that last turn and I'm going to bow tie it and just do a quick shift upward. And that's nice. There's actually a couple little competing branches coming out of this. Might have to cut one of those out. Molly. I bet there's a squirrel out in the front yard. Here. There, now those two actually add a little bit. Right, right underneath. If I bring this down and then back up. Girl, is it just a squirrel or is it an Amazon delivery? I'll go check. What is it? Molly, it was nothing. There's no one there. You dang dingus. Okay. Now that's taken care of. Yeah, I like the idea of this just kind of getting its own little prop here. And having it bend downward dramatically enough here to have some like flaying out of the foliage, you see. Could separate them just with a little piece of aluminum maybe. Fill in some gaps like this. We'll get to that. For now, I've got to get this one last lead done over here. I think I'm doing a decent job, guys. Sometimes I feel a bit rushed. Sometimes the day's gone on too long, or I'm getting bummed out because nobody's, you know, in the channel. But today I'm feeling good and focused. And this is definitely going to be wire I'm going to have to cut off. I'm not going to be able to salvage this piece. It's too entangled into the branches. Okay. All right, be a nice guy here. There we go. Yup, that was pretty nice. And then we can go under to avoid this upward branch completely. Yep, that's all the way under for that next upward branch, leaving it nice and safe. And then this is going to be a nice little bundle at the end if I can avoid some of this back budding that I'd like to keep. Because really this makes a nice little cloud right here, right on its own. I don't have to do much at all to this part. I'm just going to go make my nice bow tie once I get under far enough. And I'm going to make this a long bow tie because I have the extra copper and this is a rather long candle, so this can actually just kind of bend up like this, but I can get it a bit tighter in through here for a more upward, or even an up and out like this. And that makes a nice little pad right there, especially if I can get it to bend down just a bit here. As long as it doesn't cross other branches, it's good. Which in this condition it kind of does. So I want to watch for that. that's a little better, more like that. And this guy can go outwards more. Yeah, that kind of frees that back piece up there. So yeah, I kind of dig how this is all working out. This is actually going to be really good for backfill if I bring it up higher. Probably should have put these into the broomstick. Hang on, let me see if I can stuff these through. No, I've got a couple of leads here, so it doesn't look like I can. Well, maybe if I do this, hang on. Just want this one branch going through here. This lead can stay out of it. This lead can stay out of it. And then all of this gets tucked into here. And it's kind of like a little bit of like a downward bundle, but whatever. See, this could be brought up just a bit, but it's not terrible where it's at. I think this can actually get adjusted just by like doing this. And bringing this one up more. There. There, guys. See how that's making a nice little canopy? Let's turn this one outwards a bit more, if I can. It looks like I have to do it all the way back here. But I can do it. There we go. Up and out. And there's this little like triple thing here that really needs to get like splayed out to even work. Like that. It's like really needs to get splayed out. Like that. Okay. These two are like touching each other a little bit. So I'm gonna pull some of these lowers. Just through to there. Not even into the main candle, but pretty close to it. Just to see where anything is overlapping, even if it's shaped correctly. Looks like this one could use a couple off right here, so it doesn't interfere with all of what's going on over here. But those don't bug me too much. A couple little wild ones over here. It says good bend and good shape, I think. I think this one really does just need to like play its part and go out and up and in like that. This one could be lost later. It looks like those two are unwired. These two right here. But they're pretty easily manipulated by this. Twist at a different spot and have those go up in this way. This one needs to come down a bit. Like that, I think. Yeah. Starting to come together. There's still a handful of like, you know, ragtag branches that I don't love. Some that probably will need to go eventually, but I want to make sure that everything settles after all this styling. we don't lose any branches due to, you know, sap cut off or anything bad like that. Don't want to have any tragic losses. So I don't want to push anything on this tree too hard. Oh, I see what's going on here. We've got two different pieces. Okay. Yeah. I think I'm afraid the only move here is to stuff all the OG stuff underneath and let the other leads start taking over here. Alright, so what do you guys think of the tree now? Let's see if I can get you a little higher view. Uh-oh, that's not gonna work. Nah, that's about the best I can do. So, there it is. This looks so much better after it's been wired into place now. It's starting to look like a proper tree. And I can keep moving these things around, but I think I want to give it just a little bit of time to get used to all this new constraints. Because sometimes these pines can be a little picky. I also took a lot of, you know, back pine off, a lot of this stuff. So I want to make sure that it looks nice and healthy over the next couple of weeks. So with that, I think I'm going to take it outside and just drop it on out there. And that brings us up to about the 4-hour mark of our stream tonight. And guys, I think that I'm somewhat out of projects here. I mean, this was the big one I had for today. And we've repotted a rhododendron. We've repotted 2 cherries. We've done so much work tonight. I think this tree is already being set up for success here. As long as this piece gets bent more like this. Man, there's so much tinkering I can always do with it, but it doesn't all have to be done at once. I can leave it out back, stare at it, move it, stare at it, move it, stare at it, move it. But I think that a lot of these inside pieces here, they're going to start becoming some stars of the show, and I can start weaning out whichever ones I don't like as much. These 2 could end up leaving, while this single branch with 2 ends up staying. We could be ending up taking whole bits off like that or this. But for right now, I'm pretty happy with how everything looks. I'm not going to lie. Looks a lot better than it did before. That's for sure. So, with that, I think I'm probably going to call it a night, guys. So, thank you if you've been here with me at any point, dropping in, watching the VOD, cool stuff like that. It's always fun to do stuff with you guys. See, we also took a nice big branch off here. Boom. So, let's see how this thing bounces back. Beautiful tree. A few years out from being show worthy, but in a few years, who knows? So thanks again, everybody, for being here. Signing off. Take care of yourselves. Take care of others if you can. Find a little thing that makes you happy every day and go do it, you guys. Find your moment of zen. Find your safe space. Find your, you know, time of peace. However, wherever that works out for you. And being here and doing this with you guys is that for me. So, thanks again. And I won't do any sloppy outros here. I'm just gonna say goodbye. Nobody really to raid over to, so you guys have a good night. And we will catch you on the next one when we hop into a new tree. Adios.